I am Jesse Weber, and we are coming to you right now with special coverage regarding the arrest and indictment of Sean Diddy Combs. And before we get started, you hear that little noise in the background? There's a fire alarm going off. Timing could not be worse, but it is okay. In my hands right now is the I'm telling the last 10 minutes, unsealed indictment against Sean Combs, and I'm going to read it for you, and I'm going to go through it with you. I am breaking this down in real time. I haven't had a lot of time to really look at this. I'll give you my initial impressions, but remember, the music mogul, artist, producer, he's been arrested out in New York City. Reporting indicates that he was taken into custody last night by federal authorities at the Park Hyatt Hotel. This apparently comes after a grand jury has indicted him, which is not surprising. This is not something that we didn't expect. There was reporting for months that the 54-year-old would be the target of a criminal investigation, and this comes after his homes in Los Angeles and Miami were raided back in March. Now, he has been hit with numerous lawsuits alleging sexual assault, sex trafficking, illegal narcotics possession, gun possession. Now, to be clear, we didn't know what the charges would be. We guessed. And it looks like our guess was right, because as Mark Agnifilio, his attorney, said to the press today and last night, they were anticipating racketeering and sex trafficking charges, and that is what we see in this grand jury indictment. It is 14 pages long. There are 3 counts. One that makes up the majority of this indictment is the racketeering enterprise. So let me go through it with you right now. Now, racketeering, and by the way, I will tell you this is similar to what we saw with R. Kelly, who, as we know, was also indicted in federal court in New York. That was the Eastern District of New York. This is the Southern District. He was ultimately convicted and sentenced to 30 years in prison. So racketeering, what we are talking about here, is a criminal enterprise. And a conspiracy to commit the racketeering statute is there's a criminal agreement, there's a number of overt acts, there's predicate crimes. So there's things that Diddy is not necessarily being charged with on an individual basis, but they make up this criminal enterprise. In other words, there's evidence that will show this is a criminal enterprise. So I'm going to go through it with you right now. Again, this is from the Southern District of New York. It says, overview, count 1, racketeering conspiracy. For decades, Sean Combs, a.k.a. Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, P.D., Love, they always use his name throughout this, the different monikers. The defendant abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. To do so, Combs relied on the employees, resources, and influence of the multifaceted business empire that he led and controlled, creating a criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other crimes, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. A few things here. One, Sean Combs is the only one who's actually listed in this indictment. He's the only named defendant. You have to wonder if anybody else will be cooperating with the government against him. Now, I will let you know, after a brief overview of this, I have not seen the specific names of any other individuals, including the people who filed lawsuits against him. But what this does indicate is they're trying to establish that there was a criminal enterprise, and it wasn't just him, it was his associates. And he is not being charged, I should say, with federal kidnapping or arson or forced labor, but it is a component of the racketeering case. Let's move on. The defendant operated his business headquartered at various times in Manhattan, so you can see why Manhattan has jurisdiction here, and Los Angeles under a variety of United States-based corporate entities, including Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprises, and Combs Global. Corporate entities in the Combs business included, among other things, record labels, a recording studio, and they go on the different businesses that he has. At all relevant times in this indictment, Sean Combs, the defendant, engaged in a persistent and pervasive pattern of abuse toward women and other individuals. This abuse was at times verbal, emotional, physical, sexual. As part of this pattern of abuse, Combs manipulated women to participate in highly orchestrated performances of sexual activity with male commercial sex workers. By the way, that is eerily reminiscent of what we heard from the person you see right there, Cassandra Ventura. Remember, she filed a lawsuit against Combs back in November of 2023, settled the day after. She had talked about these freak-offs. She had talked about being forced to engage in these kind of perverted sexual activities at the behest of Sean Combs. So this is kind of making this up. You wonder if she's a cooperating witness here. At times, Combs and others acting in his direction production made arrangements for women and commercial sex workers to fly to Combs' location. Combs ensured participation from the women by, among other things, obtaining and distributing narcotics to them, controlling their careers, leveraging his financial support, and threatening to cut off the same and using intimidation and violence. This is, by the way, characteristic of when we talk about sex trafficking, where you are forcing or coercing or threatening someone into commercial sex activities, or you're transporting them across state lines through coercion or different methods for illegal sexual activity. And so let's continue on. Physical abuse by Sean Combs, the defendant, was recurrent and widely known. On numerous occasions from at least in or about 2009 and continuing for years, Combs assaulted women by, among other things, striking, punching, dragging, throwing objects at, and kicking them. These assaults were at times witnessed by others and included, this timing could not be better, what you're watching right now, one instance at a Los Angeles hotel in or about March 2016, which was captured on video and later publicly reported, where Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a woman as she was attempting to leave. That is Cassandra Ventura. When a member of the hotel security staff intervened, Combs attempted to bribe the staff member to ensure silence. Combs' violence was also not limited to these women. It extended to his employees, witnesses to his abuse, and others. Again, I read the R. Kelly indictment before this to get a sense. These allegations are eerily similar to what he was charged with and what he was ultimately convicted with. And by the way, we were wondering about whether or not that video, which Combs, remember, he admitted it was him. He went on Instagram and said and apologized for participating in that 2016 video. He didn't deny it. And we were wondering if this would be a part of this criminal indictment, this federal criminal indictment, and clearly it is. Sean Combs, the defendant, used the Combs business, including certain employees, to carry out, facilitate, and cover up his abuse and commercial sex. That term is you're going to hear that a lot, commercial sex. Equate that almost with sex trafficking. Those employees, including security staff, household staff, personal assistants, high-ranking supervisors, and other close associates, acted as Combs' intermediaries, and their conduct was facilitated and assisted by Combs' control of the Combs business. Then it talks about the Combs enterprise, so this criminal enterprise. From at least in or about 2008, so you're going all the way back to 2008, through or on about the date of the filing of this indictment, so even to this day, the defendant and others known and unknown were members and associates of a criminal organization. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other things, sex trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution, coercion and enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotics offenses, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. A little bit later, you're going to see that he's also charged specifically with sex trafficking. But as I mentioned, all of these underlying alleged crimes can make up a racketeering case. They are predicate crimes of a criminal enterprise. The Combs enterprise, including its leadership, its members, and its associates, constituted an enterprise. And by the way, let me just take 1 second as I'm reading this. This is also eerily similar to the Rodney Little Rod Jones lawsuit. He was one of the first people to file a lawsuit, former producer of Sean Combs. He alleged violations of racketeering law. So he was the one who made those allegations, and again, very consistent with what we are hearing here. And again, constituted an enterprise as defined under the United States Code, and this is a group of individuals associated in fact, although not a legal entity. So you can have a criminal enterprise. It doesn't have to be Sean Combs, Inc. If you have a bunch of people, they don't have to be incorporated. It can still be a criminal enterprise. The Combs enterprise consisted of the defendant entities within the Combs business, including but not limited to Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprises, and then they go through a number of different entities and people known and unknown. The Combs enterprise constituted an ongoing organization whose members functioned as a continuing unit for a common purpose of achieving the objectives of the Combs enterprise. The Combs enterprise was engaged in, and its activities affected interstate and foreign commerce. It operated in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. A couple of things there. So now you see why this is being brought in the Southern District of New York, why they have jurisdiction. When you talk about common purpose, if you've been following us here on Law and Crime, and you have been following the Young Thug trial, a racketeering case, that is the #1 theme. The prosecutors in that case have been trying to establish that all of these underlying crimes were for the common purpose of furthering that gang. Here, there is a common purpose of furthering the Combs enterprise. At all times relevant to this indictment, Sean Combs, the defendant, was the leader of the Combs enterprise. Sean Combs, the defendant, and others known and unknown, participated in unlawful and other activities related to the conduct of the Combs enterprise's affairs. These individuals included certain Combs business employees, such as members of Combs security staff, household staff, personal assistants, high-ranking supervisors, as well as other close associates of Combs. Now, we don't know if that's from digital evidence that they obtained. We don't know if those people around him are cooperating with the government, or we do not know whether alleged victims of Combs this is their perspective of who's been involved. Okay, purposes of the Combs enterprise. The purpose of the Combs enterprise included the following. A, operating a global business in the media, entertainment, and lifestyle industries, and talks about record labels, recording studio, alcohol, spirits business. B, preserving, protecting, promoting, and enhancing the power, reputation, and brand of Sean Combs, the defendant, as a musician, entrepreneur, and figure in the entertainment industry. Enriching members and associates of the enterprise, including its leader, Combs, and in particular those who demonstrated loyalty to Combs and willingness to conceal his crimes. Preserving, protecting, promoting, and enhancing the power of the Combs enterprise, including the power of its leader, Combs, through violence, use of firearms, threats of violence, coercion, verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual abuse. I know I say this a lot, but I'm just going to say it one more time. This is all consistent with what has been alleged in the multiple lawsuits that he has currently been facing, whether it is Cassandra Ventura, whether it's Joy Dickerson-Neal, whether it's Jane Doe, whether it is Rodney Jones. So again, this is not entirely out of left field with what has been asserted against him. Another purpose of the enterprise, fulfilling the personal desires of Combs, particularly those related to Combs' sexual gratification, including the exploitation of women and the use of commercial sex workers, enabling Combs and other members and associates of the Combs enterprise to engage in unlawful acts of violence, including sexual violence, sex trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution, and it goes on. This one's interesting. Another purpose of this enterprise, securing absolute loyalty from members of the Combs enterprise, including through acts of violence and threats. And that, again, is something that we heard, particularly in the Rodney Jones lawsuit, that he was allegedly threatened by the defendant. And then finally, the last purpose, protecting the Combs enterprise and its members and associates, including Combs, from detection and prosecution by law enforcement authorities through acts of intimidation, manipulation, bribery, and threats of retaliation. So that is essentially saying obstruction of justice, right? Okay. Now, the means and methods of the enterprise. How did they do this? It says among the means and methods by Sean Combs, the defendant and other members, they used conduct and participate in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise. And there's a lot here. I'm not going to go through everything, but it basically says, one example, Combs and other members of the associates wielded the power and prestige of Combs' role at the Combs business to intimidate, threaten, and lure female victims into Combs' orbit, often under the pretense of a romantic relationship. Combs then used force, threats of force, coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sex acts with male commercial sex workers. This is where they talk about the freak-offs, and they go into a little bit more detail about the freak-offs. During freak-offs, Combs distributed a variety of controlled substances to victims, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. Sometimes, unbeknownst to the victims, Combs kept videos he filmed of victims engaging in sex acts with commercial sex workers. Makes me wonder if that was what they obtained in those raids. Goes on, members and associates of Combs Enterprise facilitated the freak-offs by booking hotel rooms for the freak-offs, stocking the hotel rooms in advance with the required freak-off supplies, including controlled substances, baby oil, lubricant, extra linens, lighting, cleaning the hotel rooms after the freak-offs to try to mitigate room damage, arranging for travel for victims, commercial sex workers, and Combs. So honestly, you're talking about an organization here, an organized effort to facilitate these alleged crimes. Combs subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse to cause the victims to engage in freak-offs. He maintained control over his victims. And again, there's a lot more here where they talk about this. This one. So this was important too, because we knew that there were allegations of alleged illegal firearms possession. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise, including Combs security personnel, at times carried firearms. On more than one occasion, Combs himself carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten others, including victims of and witnesses to his abuse. In or about March of 2024, during searches of Combs' residence in Miami, Florida. Is this fire alarm that important? Come on, guys. I'm going over the Combs indictment here. I think we're fine. But anyway, it says in or about March 2024, during searches of Combs' residence in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California, law enforcement seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 AR-15s with defaced serial numbers, as well as a drum magazine. Now, if you have been following us on Sidebar, you've been following us on Law&Crime, you know that that is now one of the charges facing the second potential attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Ryan Ralph, in that case, has been charged with the federal crime of possessing a firearm that had the obliterated serial numbers. So again, while Sean Combs isn't charged with this directly, it is part of the underlying criminal conspiracy, the racketeering case. I'm going to go a little bit more forward here. So he talks a little bit more. Employees, witnesses to his abuse, or others threatened Combs' authority or reputation. Basically, how he wielded power and influence to get people to do what he wants. Now, this is the section that talks about the racketeering conspiracy. From at least in or about 2008 through on or about the date of the filing of this indictment in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, the defendant and others, known and unknown, being persons employed by and associated with the Combs enterprises. This is more of a legal definition about what racketeering is. It basically says that's enterprise they engaged in and the activities affected interstate and foreign commerce and knowingly combined, conspired, confederated, and agreed together. You need that agreement. And with each other to violate the racketeering laws of the United States. So there needs to be an agreement to violate the law. That was to conduct and participate directly and indirectly in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprises through a pattern of racketeering activity. And it consists of, and this is where they have multiple different examples of the crime. So multiple acts involving kidnapping, chargeable under the following provisions of state law. Multiple acts involving arson. Multiple acts indicted under Title 18 relating to tampering with a witness, multiple acts of forced labor, multiple acts related to sex trafficking. So these are all these predicate crimes that I talked about when you're trying to prove racketeering. The same thing was charged in the R. Kelly case. You recall with the racketeering, he was charged with respect to underlying crimes of forced labor and things of that nature. So again, very similar. In terms of drug offenses, multiple offenses here involving the possession with intent to distribute or distribution of narcotics, and they go through a list of them, including meth. It was a part of the conspiracy that Sean Combs agreed with a conspirator to commit at least 2 acts of racketeering activity. You need at least 2 acts within the course of a 10-year span to ultimately be found guilty of racketeering. And this is a special section. Notice of special sentencing factor. From at least in or about 2009 up to and including in or about 2018 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, as part of his agreement to conduct and participate in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity, the defendant agreed to, in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly recruit, entice, harbor, transport, provide, obtain, and advertise, maintain, patronize, and solicit by any means a person knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact that means of force, threats of force, fraud, and coercion. This is described in a specific code. Any combination of such means would be used to cause the person to engage in a commercial sex act. So it's kind of a sex trafficking allegation there. And I believe, and I don't want to misstate here, and I'm going to look it up real quickly, I believe that this is actually a violation that could carry 20 years in prison. I'm just confirming it right now. This is the racketeering conspiracy. I'll get back to that and double check it. But that was all. Everything I just went through was count 1 in the indictment. Count 1. So now here is count 2. Sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, victim 1. Now we don't know who victim 1 is. That person has not been identified. But it says, from at least in or about 2009 up into and including in or about 2018 in the Southern District of New York, the defendant in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce, and it goes through the definition of what sex trafficking is, by means of force, threats of force, fraud, coercion, as described in the U.S. Code, any combination, would be used to cause the person to engage in a commercial sex act, and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the same person that Combs recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, and maintained a person, and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused victim one to engage in commercial sex acts. So again, we do not know who this person is. We can take guesses as who they are, but you have to go through a number of these lawsuits. By the way, assuming that one of these people who have filed a lawsuit against him is victim one. Could it be someone else? We don't know. Count 3, transportation to engage in prostitution. It's also a kind of sex trafficking charge. From at least in or about 2009, up into and including in or about 2004, the defendant knowingly transported an individual in interstate and foreign commerce with intent that the individual engage in prostitution, and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the same. To wit, Combs transported, aided, abetted, and willfully caused the transportation of female victims and commercial sex workers in interstate and foreign commerce on multiple occasions with the intent that they engage in prostitution. So again, that's a separate crime. I want to double check these, but I believe these could carry 10 years in prison. And then finally, so those are the 3 counts in the indictment. You have these 2 sex trafficking related charges, and then you have the racketeering charge. And then finally it ends with the forfeiture allegations. You see this a lot in criminal indictments. It's basically suggesting that if you lose this case, if you are convicted, you will have to forfeit over personal property over to the government. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 1 of this indictment, the defendant shall forfeit to the United States any and all interest the defendant acquired or maintained in violation of the U.S. Code, any and all interest in, securities of, claims against, contract rights, and it goes on, or source of influence over the enterprise named and described herein. So basically, if you profited off of the criminal enterprise, you will have to disgorge those profits, which is very interesting because they are talking about him engaging in an enterprise that made money, that was involved in the music and entertainment industry, but it was also involved in narcotics and different possession as well. Now it says, as a result of committing the offense alleged in count 2 of this indictment, the defendant shall forfeit to the United States, and that's pretty much it. You have a couple more provisions, but that's a good synopsis of what you're seeing in this indictment right here. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back. We have a lot more coverage here on Law and Crime. Stay with us. Oh, thank you. I didn't All right, welcome back, everybody. So we just broke down the newly unsealed indictment facing Sean Diddy Combs. He's facing 3 counts in this federal indictment from the United States District Court from the Southern District of New York, a racketeering charge, as well as 2 sex trafficking related charges. One, transportation to engage in prostitution, and the other charge is sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. A lot of interesting components about this, and I want to break it down. And by the way, I want to break it down right now with a special guest. Before I do, I want to let everybody know that around 11:30 a.m. Eastern is when we expect a press conference to be held by federal authorities to announce the unsealing of this indictment and what it constitutes. And by the way, it seems to me, reading this, you have one charge, the racketeering charge, which could be 20 years in prison, and the other ones might be each 10 years in prison, but we're going to confirm that. In the meantime, I want to bring in Tracy Walder, former CIA and FBI agent, News Nation contributor, friend of the show, somebody who has been with me from the beginning of this Diddy saga. You and I broke down one of the most memorable moments for me, particularly on Sidebar, is when we broke down the 2016 video of Cassandra Ventura allegedly being beaten by Sean Diddy Combs. That has made its way into this indictment. And what I find really interesting about this, and Tracy, I'll let everybody know you haven't had the time to read this indictment, but what it signifies to me is you have this racketeering charge with all of these underlying crimes that the government, it doesn't necessarily have to prove that he's guilty of. They don't have to. He's not individually being charged with forced labor or arson or kidnapping, but they are trying to prove that. They're trying to put that forward to prove the racketeering, to prove that this is a criminal enterprise. It's a remarkable development, and I first want to ask you about how we got here. The idea that he was arrested last night and essentially made his way to New York in anticipation of these charges. What did you take away from that?
You know, I think that he was obviously tipped off by the attorney's office. That's not actually uncommon in a high profile arrest. I've actually done that at the FBI, where we've had a very high profile actress at the time that we were taking into custody. And I know it seems unfair. I understand that, but that's something that we do for security purposes for them and for us. The interesting thing, though, that I think you and I talked about this was when they first raided his home back in March, I believe, of this year. I thought that part of why they had done such a dynamic entry, I know there was a lot of discussion about that, right, with the tanks and the weapons and the SWAT teams, was because they did believe that there was an imminent threat or danger to individuals. And what this indictment tells me is that he was running a sex trafficking enterprise or a sex trafficking ring, and individuals were in danger. And that's why they made that entry into his home prior to this indictment. And that really explains it all now.
So let everybody know I'm getting a lot of feedback right now in my ear, so it's a little hard to hear you, Tracy. We're going to work on that. But look, this is my opinion, and we're going to find out more information. I think that he came to New York, and the reason I keep getting asked, oh, why hasn't he left the country, right? He knew that charges were coming, is because I think he knew he was going to be charged, but I think he wants to make every effort that he should be released on bail. Right, that he's not a flight risk, that he's not a danger. These are very, very serious allegations in this indictment. These are sexual violence, physical violence, narcotics possession, weapons possession. One of the things that was interesting, especially talking about, as I mentioned before, the second attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump, is one of the things that he's accused of here in this indictment is possessing a weapon with an obliterated serial number. So that's a federal crime, but he's not being charged with it. But that's what I think. I think he's making an effort to say, hey, I should be out on bail pending this trial, which might not happen for, I don't know, 2 years, a year and a half.
Mm-hmm. No, I do agree with you. I do think, obviously, and attorneys do advise their clients, that to be on good behavior in anticipation of an arrest. That's not surprising. I believe that he should not get bail. These are, like, as you mentioned, very, very serious charges, and he has weapons involved in some of them as well. So I am concerned that he will get bail. That's just what my gut tells me. But I do think that he is trying to model that behavior. But I think it's going to be a tough case, a tough mountain for him to climb with that, because you have the Cassie Ventura video that is out there. You also have him initially denying that he participated in the abuse of her. And you have someone that has every resource available to them to flee the country, even if they do take his passport, which I assume that they will do. So I don't know in this case whether he will be granted bail. He shouldn't be, but we'll see.
What do you make of these charges? And my gosh, I know, again, you haven't had an opportunity to read through the indictment that much, but they talk about this criminal enterprise, and I went through it for the last 15 minutes where they talk about a campaign over years of coercion and sexual violence and physical violence and threats, and that it was Combs and his associates that were doing all of this to enrich themselves and benefit the Combs enterprise, and that he was engaging in transporting people for illegal sexual activity. Very consistent with what we've heard in the lawsuits against him. But what is kind of interesting is none of those people, not one of those people who filed a lawsuit against him is actually publicly identified, specifically identified, should I say, in this indictment. There's a reference to victim one, but we don't know who that is. It seems to me that these people were working with investigators to build up this case, but as engrossing as this is and as comprehensive as it is, it's also not very specific. We don't know what the evidence is. We don't know what they obtained at his residences. They talk about retrieving firearms, but they don't talk about how they're going to be able to prove all of this.
That's actually not uncommon. A lot of times we don't release all of the information that we receive in the indictments. If you look at Brian Koberger, for example, in Idaho, specifics of what were found, some were released, some were not released. So it's not necessarily an uncommon thing. Also, this is a difficult situation in that you have victims of very serious sexual abuse and sexual crimes, and they have a right to privacy. And so really the DA might be working with them to ensure that they have that privacy, but also to ensure that they have the information that they need to ultimately get a conviction. And so obviously that's a kind of a tenuous rope to walk, if you will, but that's my guess, is they are trying to honor their privacy, as they should.
You know what, I find it really interesting that they talk about it's essentially flouting the law, right? That this idea that he was allegedly engaging in all of these different crimes and then trying to escape liability by covering it up. And if I may, since Tracy, you and I covered it, I just want to repeat this section from the beginning of the indictment. It talks about, and this is under the racketeering charge, so count one, racketeering conspiracy. We're talking about a criminal enterprise. There are underlying crimes. It says physical abuse by Sean Combs. The defendant was recurrent and widely known, that physical abuse. On numerous occasions from at least in or about 2009 and continuing for years, Combs assaulted women by, among other things, striking, punching, dragging, throwing objects at, and kicking them. These assaults were at times witnessed by others and included one instance at a Los Angeles hotel in or about March 2016, which was captured on video and later publicly reported, where Combs kicked, dragged, threw a vase at a woman as she was attempting to leave. When a member of the hotel security staff intervened, Combs attempted to bribe the staff member to ensure silence. Combs' violence was also not limited to these women. It extended to his employees, witnesses to his abuse, and others. What do you make of that?
I think people are going to get maybe upset with me, so I apologize for this, but I was actually talking about this earlier. Obviously, I put the blame squarely on Diddy for the abuse that he leveled against these women, but there are bystanders who encouraged this to happen, who allowed this to happen, and who accept bribes from him. And I understand the whole idea that people are scared, people are scared, people are scared. But you know what? I took on one of the largest private schools in this country for abuse, an individual downloading porn. And so, I think sometimes we have to take the not safe route to protect other people and to protect these women. And so, in my opinion, those witnesses and bystanders, I feel like they need to be held accountable as well.
One of the things that I am noticing from this as well is, there's certain sections, and I'm going to let you go because I know you have to go, Tracy. It talks about from at least in or about 2008 that this enterprise was started. It doesn't go so much into the 90s specifically, and a lot of the lawsuits that were facing Sean Combs are about alleged conduct in the 90s. So I'm not entirely clear whether or not that's actually a part of this indictment or not. What do you make of that?
I'm not an attorney, but part of me wonders, you would know more than I, if statute of limitations had run out on some of them, and that's why they were civil suits and then not part of the indictment. But then
Yep.
they use that information from the civil suits, right, to build a case with the more recent allegations. And so that's what I make of that.
Yeah, it's definitely possible that could be a consideration. I will tell you though, it's not like these are all just allegations of federal crimes. There are allegations of violations of state crimes that make up that underlying conspiracy. Tracy Walder, thank you for coming on. I know you got a busy day. Really appreciate your perspective, and let's touch base later in the week as we learn a little bit more from this.
Thank you, Jesse.
You got it. So I think we have to take another quick break, but we have a full panel today to break down everything that's happening. And again, at 11:30 a.m. Eastern is when we expect a press conference from federal authorities, including the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Damian Williams, who will go into a little bit more depth about this indictment and how it went about. Again, this is a grand jury indictment that was returned against Sean Combs. It was unsealed today, facing 3 counts. If convicted, he could potentially face decades in prison. Jesse Weber will be right back right after this.
when there's a backlog.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to our special coverage of the arrest and indictment of Sean Diddy Combs out of New York. We just went through the full 14-page indictment where he's facing 3 counts, racketeering, sex trafficking. We're getting word that someone is speaking outside of the courthouse right now. Our own Elizabeth Milner is reporting. Let's hear what's happening.
That's classic pay-to-play corruption, and it will not be tolerated by this office. The FDNY is the largest fire department in the United States, responsible for ensuring the safety of millions of New Yorkers from fire-related incidents.
Sorry, hear that echo again.
And the department is filled with some of the finest public servants in the country who honor their oath on a daily basis. As we allege in this indictment, these defendants were different. During the time period covered by the indictment, Saccavino and Cordasco were chiefs at the BFP and ultimately became the 2 top-ranking members of that bureau. They supervised the BFP personnel who conducted plan reviews and inspections. And as we allege, for nearly 2 years, the defendants abused their authority by engaging in a pay-to-play bribery scheme. Beginning in 2021, the defendants took advantage of a backlog at the BFP in approvals and inspections, a backlog that was caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. They saw an opportunity to put priority access to the BFP services up for sale. Let me say a little bit more about how the scheme worked. As we allege, Saccavino and Cordasco solicited.
Okay, to be clear, that has absolutely nothing to do with Sean Combs. That is Damian Williams, I believe, the United States attorney, talking about a different case, seeming like a different indictment. They probably have a few today. But we believe at around 11:30 a.m. Eastern time is when they're going to ultimately address the Sean Diddy Combs indictment. One thing I will note that I didn't mention before, a quick research of the statutes that he's accused of violating. If I'm looking at it correctly, and I like to think that I am, you have one, the racketeering charge that could be possibly 20 years in prison if he's convicted. Then you have that other sex trafficking charge related to sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, which could be, and again, if I was reading the statute correct, a minimum of 15 years in prison to ultimately life in prison, but we'll double check that. And then count 3, transportation to engage in prostitution, another sex trafficking related crime. I believe that's 10 years in prison. So you are looking at very serious federal charges, and you are looking at potentially decades in prison. In other words, you could be looking at Sean Diddy Combs, if convicted, spending the rest of his life in prison. Now, we're going to take, I believe, another quick break. When we come back, we'll have more perspective and analysis on this indictment. Stay with us. All right, welcome back, everybody. So it seems like every time we come back from break, we have a new development. And to help me break down these new developments in the idea, in this case of Sean Diddy Combs, arrest, indicted, facing sex trafficking, racketeering, conspiracy charges, we have just gotten our hands on this letter that was filed by the United States Attorney to the Honorable Judge Robin F. Tarnofsky, who is a United States magistrate judge, asking that Sean Combs' bail be denied. I want to talk about this right now with attorney Bradford Cohen, who's represented a number of high-profile individuals, and I'm also joined by the esteemed Chris Hansen. You can check him out on True Blue, host of Takedown, as well as Predators I've Caught, the podcast as well. Great to have you both here. Bradford, I'll start with you. So this is interesting. I'm reading this letter. I literally just got it. And it says that, I'm going to read you this opening paragraph. The government respectfully submits this letter in anticipation of the defendant's appearance before the court later today and in support of the government's request for the defendant's detention pending trial. As set forth below, there is no condition or combination of conditions that will reasonably assure the appearance of the defendant as required and the safety of others in the community, not to mention the integrity of the proceedings. As reflected by the gravity of the charges in the indictment, the defendant is dangerous and poses an ongoing threat to the safety of the community. If released, he remains a serious risk of flight despite the conditions offered by his counsel. Most glaringly, the defendant also poses a significant risk of obstructing justice. Indeed, and as set forth below, during the course of the charged conduct, the defendant has attempted to bribe security staff and threaten and interfered with witnesses to the criminal conduct. He has already tried to obstruct the government's investigation of this case, repeatedly contacting victims and witnesses and feeding them false narratives of events as described in detail below. There are simply no conditions that would ensure that the defendant's effort to obstruct and tamper with witnesses will stop. The defendant, therefore, cannot overcome the statutory presumption in favor of detention. Now, one of the things they highlight later on, Bradford, is that he is facing charges, I was correct, a minimum of 15 years in prison to potentially life in prison. Your thoughts on the government's position here?
This is normally pretty common, and I called this a while ago that I don't think they would be agreeing to a bond. I knew that they wouldn't be agreeing to a bond because of the situation, even as it unfolded yesterday. When you have an individual that's arrested at his home or arrested wherever he is at night, and they want to hold him overnight until the next day for a hearing, generally speaking, you don't have an agreement for a bond. If you had an agreement for a bond, there's usually a surrender date. You have a quick hearing in front of a judge. There are things that take place that are very easy to do and easy to breeze through the system. And this isn't what happened yesterday. What happened yesterday was they picked him up, they held him overnight. I predicted that they were not going to agree to a bond, and I kind of knew the situation in terms of the danger to society, which is, I think, is going to be their biggest argument. The risk of flight, is a little bit more difficult to argue. They're going to say he's got a lot of money, he has access to jets, but that's what they said originally when they raided his home. So he didn't go anywhere. He could have flown to Morocco. He could have flown to Vietnam, all those places that don't have extradition. He didn't attempt to. He didn't do those things. Those are going to be the arguments that his lawyer is going to make about risk of flight. The more troublesome thing is whether or not he is a risk to society, danger to society, and whether or not his contact with these witnesses was ongoing obstruction thing. The judge could say, hey, if he was obstructing, why didn't you charge him with all these obstructing charges? If you thought that he was really obstructing these witnesses, it's a difficult argument to make, especially where the presumption falls on the defense to put forth why they feel he's not a danger to society. And if they do have evidence, which I think they do, I mean, this has been an ongoing investigation for the past 5 months with a grand jury meeting, a couple times a week. I think they're going to have, as they say in cards, I think they have the nuts. I think they're going to show exactly the individuals that they have that will testify that he attempted to give them money, or he attempted to tell them, they were part of this ongoing criminal enterprise.
And by the way, obstruction does make its way into this indictment. He's not specifically charged with it, but it's part of like one of the underlying predicate crimes for racketeering. Look, I thought it was interesting. He showed up in New York in anticipation of these charges. My thought is he probably did that to say, I'm not a flight risk. I never ran during the course of this. I came here voluntarily. But the idea that you're learning from this document, the allegations that he might have been trying to influence witnesses is particularly problematic. Okay, so now, Chris, I want to go to you. What an indictment, okay? 14 pages. It's kind of what we expected, but it's also, you know, to see it and hear the allegations and hear how comprehensive it is. What's your takeaway?
Well, it is very comprehensive and it's detailed. And we're talking about human trafficking. We're talking about racketeering. We're talking about serious charges that all have to link together, and they result in potentially a very long prison sentence. You know, the federal government, the Homeland Security agents, had the roadmap here. They had the civil suit by Cassie. They had 11 other civil suits. It was almost as if there weren't an investigation. It would be dereliction of duty not to start looking into it. But once they did open a federal investigation, they had a pretty good roadmap to go to get the search warrants, which we saw. And it seems to me, and I've heard from people close to the investigation, that they were able to recover a treasure trove of evidence, video evidence, digital evidence in those raids that were so closely held back when they went down. I mean, there were agents on those raids who didn't know whose house they were going to raid until they pulled up on it. That's how closely held this was going into it. So, but the fact that they have this evidence they got from the raids that helped them to go to the grand jury and get this indictment, and it's a big case.
It's interesting, Bradford, that they haven't in this indictment, and you tell me if it's commonplace, they haven't listed what the evidence is they have, right? They haven't said we have this digital evidence, we spoke to X, Y, and Z witnesses. They haven't even publicly specifically identified any of the cooperating witnesses. They mention a victim one, but it's not like you see Cassandra Ventura's name. It's not like you see Joy Dickerson-Neal's name or Rodney Jones' name. It's comprehensive, but it's broad. It doesn't go into the specifics that I think many of us were anticipating, but having said that, this is also just the first charging document. This is the indictment. Is it not surprising we don't have that information? And when would we learn what information and what evidence the prosecution has?
Sure, it's not surprising. You know, usually indictments don't have a lot of detail in them. It's unusual when they do. And usually when they lay out a ton of detail, it's because there's some weakness in the case. There's something they're trying to do to cover up with all these allegations. In this case, the indictment is what's expected. It makes the bare allegations. It lists victim one, which we can assume is Cassie because of the way that they address it. But you're guessing at who victim one is. You're guessing at who cooperating witness is. You know, all these things that normally happen in an indictment happened in this indictment. I've had many, many cases in the Southern District of New York, and these indictments are commonplace anywhere. Southern District of Florida, same thing. Usually you don't find where there's an indictment with great detail as to individuals' names, individual places, different areas. Usually it's an area of time, so it gives you kind of a goalpost of what time they're looking at, what time frame, and the allegations that they're making during that time frame. Especially when it comes to RICO charges, you're not going to find something like the YSL case where the attorneys in that case went into great detail about all this RICO and racketeering and what they did and when they did it. You're not going to find that in a federal case. This is a more streamlined type RICO case. And you're not going to find, like, again, the circus that's happening in Atlanta. That doesn't happen in federal court.
So a couple of things. One, at 11:30 a.m., we are waiting for a press conference to be held by Damian Williams, who's the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, who will go into more detail about this indictment and what the possible penalties are. We talked about it. You know, I believe racketeering could be 20 years. You have another charge that could be 15 to life, another 10. So he's looking at very serious prison time if ultimately convicted. I do want to go over this with you, Chris. Sure. So this is a racketeering case. The first charge is the racketeering conspiracy to violate the racketeering statute. And you're talking about an agreement to violate the law. You're talking about a criminal enterprise. And there are all these underlying crimes as part of what a criminal enterprise is. There is a section of this indictment that talks about the means and the methods of the enterprise. And I want your reaction to it. This is where they talk about the freak-offs, right? These really disgusting sexual sessions. Freak-offs were elaborate and produced sex performances that Combs arranged, directed, I'm not even going to electronically recorded. In arranging these freak-offs, Combs, with the assistance of members and associates of the Combs enterprise, transported and caused to be transported commercial sex workers across state lines and internationally. This is why you get to the sex trafficking. Freak-offs occurred regularly, sometimes lasted multiple days, often involved multiple sex workers, and the allegation was he would force women to have group sex with male, sometimes male sex workers. And during freak-offs, Combs distributed a variety of controlled substances to victims, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. Sometimes, unbeknownst to the victims, Combs kept videos he filmed of victims engaging in sex acts with commercial sex workers. After freak-offs, Combs and the victims typically received IV fluids to recover from the physical exertion and drug use. And then it says this part, that, they talk about how he had help, that members and associates of the Combs enterprise, including high-ranking supervisors, security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and other Combs business employees, facilitated the freak-offs by, among other things, booking the hotel rooms, stocking the hotel rooms, including with controlled substances, baby oil, lubricant, extra linens, lighting, cleaning the hotel rooms after the freak-offs. It's really disgusting stuff.
Well, it is. And what you see here is the extreme level of predatory behavior, right? This is the extreme of what we see in our investigations, our takedown investigations on True Blue with, predators who come into our stings. This guy is the ultimate groomer, according to this indictment, allegedly, if all these allegations are true. He set it up. He had a fantasy. He couldn't resist this fantasy. He had to fulfill it. And he had the means and the contacts, the power and the money, the access to pull all this together. Now, here's a guy who's a mega music producer. A lot of people depend on him for their celebrity, their success, everything else. So he holds a lot of this power over their heads. Then you introduce the alcohol, the drugs, the notion that if you go along with this, you're going to be someone. The notion that this is just part of this out there extreme lifestyle that we have in this business. And it became acceptable in his mind. And so the fantasy becomes reality. And then you have this major event that is likely videotaped. So the predator, being Combs in this case, can relive it and show it and brag about it and experience it over and over again. It is so typical of a predator.
Now, look, these are very disturbing allegations, Bradford, that's clear. How do you defend this? So if you can, again, I said this before, there are eerie similarities between this and the R. Kelly indictment, which was also out in New York. It was also a federal case. There was racketeering charges. There was sex trafficking charges. How does one defend this in front of a jury?
So there's a couple different ways. Number one is because of the other individuals that were involved, I'm sure you're going to have multiple flipping witnesses. The government generally, approaches these individuals. They say, hey, listen, you can either be on, the defendant's side of the case, which we'll be more than happy to add you to this racketeering charge, or you can be on the state side or government side of the case, and we would give you immunity for X, Y, Z. Why you saw different things coming about Cassie and like that video that was leaked. And I said this at the time, the video was being leaked. My belief is that the video was being leaked to show that Cassie was a victim and should not be a defendant in the case. I'm sure Cassie was, according to reports, according to other individuals that have talked about it, and according to individuals that I've spoken to, Cassie engaged in some of these allegations that are going to be going on against Sean Combs. So because of that, and they know that that was going to come out, I think they wanted to make sure that she was labeled as a victim and not as a co-conspirator, because I think very easily a lot of individuals could be co-conspirators with Diddy. My understanding is that there was a lot of individuals that were involved. And I think by looking at the indictment and seeing that only Sean Combs is the only defendant currently, who knows if that increases and it gets superseded with a different indictment. But currently there's only one defendant. My guess is that all of those individuals that could have been co-defendants or could have been co-conspirators or could have been involved in a RICO case have flipped on Sean Combs, and they're getting some sort of immunity. You find it's usually very unusual to have a RICO case with one individual as a defendant.
I was curious because you're right. He's the only one charged, and you're seeing that he allegedly had a lot of coordination and cooperation. I want to read you something here, Chris. So this is now from that letter that I mentioned from the government to the judge requesting that no bail be issued. And they talk about how he's violent. They said, in addition to the defendant's physical, sexual, and emotional abuse of his romantic partners, the defendant repeatedly engaged in acts of violence directed towards the employees and others. As charged in the indictment, the defendant, often assisted by members and associates of the enterprise, engaged in kidnapping, arson, physical violence such as throwing objects at people, throwing people to the ground, hitting, dragging, choking. Numerous witnesses, including the defendant's employees and others, observed or experienced violence. For example, in the early morning hours of December 22nd, 2011, the defendant and a co-conspirator kidnapped an individual at gunpoint to facilitate breaking into and entering the residence of another, individual one. Multiple witnesses would testify at trial to the events surrounding the kidnapping and break-in, the latter of which is corroborated by police reports and other records. Approximately 2 weeks later, the defendant's co-conspirator set fire to individual one's vehicle by slicing open the car's convertible top and dropping a Molotov cocktail inside the interior. Police and fire department reports extensively document the arson and conclude that the fire was intentionally set. Multiple witnesses would also testify to the defendant bragging about his role in destroying individual one's car. I think that this is Kid Cudi. So if we go back to the Cassandra Ventura lawsuit, she made an allegation that Diddy blew up his car because she was talking to him or whatever it was. When you hear this, this is a whole separate component of this case as well.
Well, it goes to the power, the enforcement, the thought that you are too big to be busted. You get away with things enough times in your life at this level, you think you're invincible. And you're not, because at some point, people are going to see the Cassie video. They're going to see the brutality of it. This wasn't an argument or just a domestic violence case in a hotel lobby. This was an all-out ass-whooping of an innocent, vulnerable woman. And he did not give up. And that video, although that the case is probably beyond the statute of limitations in terms of charging a crime, that was significant for the reasons Bradford said, and in the back of the minds of the federal investigators, because they're thinking, we can't let this guy get away with this. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. You talk about the allegations in the indictment. You're talking about arson, kidnapping. You know, this can't be allowed in society, no matter who you are. And there are a lot of allegations here. And I think going back to him making himself available into New York, knowing this was coming, and clearly that's an attempt to bargain for his short-term freedom as this case works through the court system. But it's going to be very tough when the judge takes a look at this and sees the potential danger, the potential witness tampering, the things that have already happened. What, suddenly he's going to change? It's going to be a tough argument for his lawyers.
And it says that the government's investigation is ongoing in this letter. You know, while the indictment against the defendant was unsealed today, the investigation into his and other co-conspirators' conduct is active and ongoing.
And you have to wonder how many of these events were somehow videotaped or captured to show other people, to encourage this notion that, if you cross me, this is what's going to happen to you. And it doesn't matter how big you think you are, I'm bigger and I'll crush you. So, was some of that taken from one of the raids?
So now I'm curious, Bradford, if once we knew that he was arrested last night and we knew this indictment was coming, I went back and I looked at all of the lawsuits. I looked at all of the lawsuits that he's facing, from April Lampros, to Rodney Jones, to even the Cassandra Ventura one that was settled, to Dawn Richard. There's the Grace O'Markey one that lists him as a defendant, but his son is the one who's the main defendant. There's Joy Dickerson-Neal. Do you have a sense from reading these papers, these indictment, this letter, how much of these witnesses, their accounts are made up in the criminal charges? How much of they are cooperating witnesses? How much are their accounts part of these criminal charges? Do you have a sense of that?
I think that, I mean, when I read some of these lawsuits, some of them I think are so fantastical that I don't think they would make great witnesses. I think Cassie's is the most credible. In terms of looking at the other lawsuits, I think that those witnesses can provide some backup and some confirmation of some allegations, but I don't think they're going to be the star witness. I think there's probably going to be five main core witnesses, and those are going to be the five individuals that were closest to Sean Combs. I'm sure they have subpoenaed assistants or personal assistants, calendars, anyone that keeps those calendars. And what the government does is essentially they just put a story together, and those are the best cases. Is that when you can put a story together where you're not relying on one individual witness, where if that witness gets crushed on the stand, your case is kind of over. What you do is you build up a case through, like I said, 5 or 10 core witnesses that all can verify what the other one is saying. Even if it's not the exact same story, it is confirmation that this is how it happened to me, or this is how this happened. Or if Cassie was present during one of the other witnesses and something happened to that other witness, they would be like, yeah, Cassie was there. And then Cassie obviously testifies, right, I was there.
Well, Bradford, just one follow-up question to that. The allegations from the 90s, so there have been people who have accused Sean Combs in lawsuits of sexual assault back in the 90s. Now, some of them are able to bring their lawsuits because of a particular law in New York that allowed people a look-back window, 1 year to file sexual assault claims. I don't know if the 90s claims are a part of this. If they would be, if something was time barred under state law, could it still be used as evidence or in a federal case?
Yeah, so it's an interesting question. The feds always have a way of bootstrapping in stuff that you feel is outside the scope or outside the statute of limitations by saying it's an ongoing criminal enterprise. And this was something that was continually going through the years, 2002, 2003. And in your head, you're like, wow, these are 20-year-old allegations. These are 25-year-old allegations. But when you're talking about an allegation that is part of an ongoing criminal enterprise, that's how they kind of bring it in. It's the same thing with co-defendants, right? If you have a co-defendant and you guys are robbing banks and you don't technically get out, you say like, hey, I'm out, I'm done with this, and that co-defendant continues to rob banks, they can try and say, hey, we're still looping you into all these other bank robberies because you were part of the original conspiracy. And I've seen that happen before. So it's time will tell what they will bring in, but they always bring in different allegations to show motive or to show, something else that they're saying, oh, it's not technically charged, but look, he used baby oil in this case. He used baby oil in this case. I use the example of the wet bandits from Home Alone. It's like they could have done something in 2000 where they got caught by flooding someone's house, and then in 2020, all of a sudden it's the same thing. They can say, hey, look, this is their MO. So right. A lot of ways those things come in, not necessarily as an individual charge, but as something to prove something else.
So I want to let everybody know in about 8 minutes we are anticipating this press conference, presumably held by federal authorities, but more specifically, Damian Williams, the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. You see a live shot outside the courthouse right there. Elizabeth Milner, our reporter, is there as well. So hopefully when that gets going, we will be able to go live. Chris, I want to go back to you on something. So in this letter, again, from from the government to the judge, presumably overseeing this part of the case, asking that there be no bail set. They talk about how Combs is a danger because he has allegedly bribed witnesses and obstructed justice. I want your thoughts on this. So it talks about the 2016 Cassandra Ventura video, and at the same time, staff members were in close communications with the victim of the assault as well, all in an effort to cover up the defendant's assault, to prevent the incident from being publicly disclosed. Within days of the incident, the surveillance video disappeared from the hotel server. Again, this is exactly the allegations from Cassandra Ventura that she made in her lawsuit. Then, it talks about how throughout the time period charged in the indictment, members and associates of the enterprise have reached out to multiple victims on behalf of the defendant to convince them not to report the defendant's abuse. Most recently, in late 2023, Immediately following public allegations of certain of the defendant's crimes, including his physical and sexual abuse of women, the defendant and other members of the enterprise made repeated phone calls to victims and witnesses during which they provided victims and witnesses with false narratives of events in an apparent effort to conceal the defendant's crimes. On at least 2 occasions, the defendant recorded those calls on a co-conspirator's cell phone, thereby attempting to obscure the involvement in the obstruction.
Well, it's the cleanup crew, right? When you know you're in deep trouble, when you know these allegations go back, dozens of years potentially, you want to clean this up because feds are going to get to these people at some point. And the more you can muddy the waters and the more you can get people to back up your story, your defense, in your mind, the better off you are. But, and to record it, to try to have some sort of independent evidence in his mind, but these efforts, no matter how smart the criminal is, these efforts at some point get sloppy because there's so much evidence here that it's going to be impossible for them to cover up. And it was, because the government became aware of this. The government found out about it. The government put it in the letter to the judge regarding bail. It's hard to get away with this stuff today. There's a video trail, a digital trail, a trail put together by witnesses. And as Bradford said earlier, all of this goes into the narrative, the storytelling of the prosecution at trial to make this an understandable story to a jury at some point if this case goes that far. And they have a hell of a predatory narrative and a lot of evidence. And I have to believe they got a lot out of those raids that we haven't seen.
Would you like to know what they got, the evidence they have?
I would.
So as I mentioned, this indictment, comprehensive,
They
but
talk about it a little
bit
bit in the indictment.
So now I'm going back to this letter. I'm going to read a few things, and I want both of your perspective on it. I'll start with you, Chris.
Sure.
So it talks about the weight of the evidence as a
Right.
factor why he should be denied bail. As to witnesses to date, the government has conducted interviews with over 50 victims and witnesses, many of whom saw or experienced the defendant's abuse. Many of these witnesses corroborate one another, and their accounts are similarly consistent with the other types of evidence discussed below. The government only expects that number to continue to grow, given that the investigation, which is now public, is ongoing. The electronic evidence is similarly, I can never say that word, similarly, it's close enough. It's vast. The government has sought and obtained numerous search warrants for such evidence, in addition to obtaining evidence voluntarily from certain victims and witnesses. Setting aside devices seized in connection with the defendant's arrest, the government has obtained over 90 cell phones. I believe, do we have a live feed right now? Is that what's going on? Oh yeah, we have a live feed right now. We'll continue this. Again, I believe this is Damian Williams. Okay, so again, this is a live feed. We are waiting for the press conference to be held as soon as it starts. You can keep that up. I'll keep an eye on it. But again, going back, we're waiting for a press conference right now to learn a little bit more from the indictment. It seems the team is assembling. Damian Williams from the Southern District of New York will be speaking. As soon as that starts, we'll go live. Going back to this document, though, it says, setting aside devices seized in connection with the defendant's arrest, the government has obtained over 90 cell phones, laptops, cloud storage accounts, as well as over 30 other electronic and storage devices such as hard drives, thumb drives, cameras, a surveillance system. The electronic data comes from the defendant himself, as well as co-conspirators, victims, witnesses, and chronicles much of the defendant's criminal activity as it occurs. Just making sure that he is not speaking. I think they're just wanting to check they're just checking the microphones. Okay. The evidence also consists of physical evidence, which was seized pursuant to search warrants executed at the defendant's residences in LA and Miami, as well as on as a person and the person of certain co-conspirators. In addition to the firearms and electronics discussed above, the physical evidence also includes other evidence of freak-offs, including over 1,000 bottles of baby oil and personal lubricant. Finally, the evidence includes records obtained pursuant to over 300 grand jury subpoenas and other voluntary productions. These materials come from over 100 entities and individuals, including communication providers, tech companies, social media companies, banks, and so forth. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. And think about this. They have video of some of these freak-offs. You can pretty much count on that. They found those. And imagine the strength of that evidence in a trial. If you see Combs involved in this, you see the victimization, the predatory behavior. it's game over. That's very strong evidence. And how do you, as a defense lawyer, strike that evidence or keep it from being presented at trial? It's a very difficult thing to do.
Why don't we ask Bradford Cohen?
Yes,
Bradford
exactly.
Cohen, you heard. So look at that. I mean, what they listed. These are allegations, is what they say they have. But what do you make of that?
Sure. I think that the Southern District of New York is very comprehensive in their investigation. That's what they do. They send out subpoenas, and we knew they were sending out subpoenas. It was reported that they were sending out subpoenas to all these different individuals and things of that nature. The problem is that in today's day and age, everyone records things. Everybody puts things on their phones. They will also have, I'm sure, they will have coordination of the phones. So they'll have a triangulation of where the phones were at certain times to coordinate and to bolster witnesses' testimony that here's where I was on this date. Well, they'll see that your phone was exactly where you said you were on that date and who was with you, Bob Smith and Jane Smith. And then they look at Bob Smith and Jane Smith's phone data, and they'll see that phone was, all three of those phones were together on that date. So this isn't, like I said, this isn't one piece of evidence that you're like hanging your hat on. They are going to stitch together a story and timeline that's going to be very difficult for the defense to overcome, other than, you know, attacking witnesses' statements and saying they were part of this whole conspiracy and they were willing participants in what was going on.
So, by the way, as you can see here, this is a live shot. We're waiting for the United States Attorney from the Southern District of New York, Damian Williams, to speak after the unsealing of this grand jury indictment in the Sean Combs case. He's facing racketeering and sex trafficking charges. I'm also reading from this letter from the government, from prosecutors to the judge, saying that his bail should be denied. I believe both issues will be discussed today. You see a bunch of, imagine, reporters taking pictures of something. There could be some board up there, I imagine. Sometimes we see that it could be a board of a presentation of some kind. As we wait for that to go live, Bradford, I do want to ask you a question. The government said that the defendant's proposed bail package is insufficient. This is the bail package that the defense had presented. Defense counsel has proposed certain bail conditions, including home detention with electronic monitoring and a $50 million bond secured by the defendant's Miami property. These conditions are plainly insufficient to address the legitimate concerns set out above, in particular given the defendant's history of engaging in obstructive conduct. The court must reject the insufficient conditions proposed by defense counsel, which do nothing to prevent and detect such conduct. Your thoughts?
Again, normally those conditions would go to risk of flight. The fact that they're making the allegation that he's tampering with witnesses, that he's making phone calls to witnesses, that he has other people making phone calls to witnesses, that he's a danger to society, that's the one that's hard to put bail conditions on that can limit that. Once you make those allegations, it's very difficult to counter those allegations with some way, somehow. And not only that, the government, which I'm sure they will make this argument, because the bond is secured by a house for $50 million, that doesn't mean the access to the money isn't there. So he's not putting up $50 million in cash and saying like, okay, here's $50 million in cash. That limits his travel. He can't get on a jet, you know, things of that nature. That kind of adds into the argument. So a lot of times the government will say, yeah, it's secured by a house, great, but he's got access to millions and millions of dollars and he can make a run for it at any time. I don't think that's going to be their big argument. I think the bigger argument is going to be that he's a danger to society, because that's the harder one to overcome.
Will we know about that today? Do you think that decision about bail will be, we're not going to know about that today?
So what will happen today is he'll go in front of a judge. If he's arraigned today, he'll plead not guilty.
Bradford, I'm gonna have to jump in real quick. Damian Williams is speaking right now. Let's go live.
My name is Damian Williams, and I'm the U.S. Attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Today I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity. including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. Alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleged other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linen, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs' crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced. As alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs' residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs' electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs, more than 1,000 bottles altogether. Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches. As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here the serial number has been thoroughly defaced. Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there. Now, I want to be clear about 2 things. First, this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York. Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4HSI-TIP. I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them. I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Persons Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners to us. I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SCNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SCNY who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Smizer, and Mitzi Steiner, and their supervisors, Jamie Backleeper and Jacqueline Kelly. They are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division. We created the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I'm deeply proud of their work on this and so many other cases. I'll now take some questions.
Eric Katursky, ABC.
Thanks, Nick. Damian, thanks. The indictment describes aggressive, open, violent, hedonistic abuse that you say was recurrent and widely known. Why did it take law enforcement so long to intervene? How many women were victimized by Sean Combs, and how many others were involved?
Look, our investigation is ongoing. We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant. I can't tell you why it took so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today. And we are committed to making sure that justice is done. Next question.
Thank you. Julia Ainsley, NBC.
Thank you for doing this. You said we are not done and that Combs did not do this alone. Do you foresee that there could be other charges related to this case?
I'm not taking anything off the table.
Janet Fisher, Newsday.
Yeah. What's the difference between the sex trafficking and promoting travel for the purpose of prostitution?
Well, there are different crimes with different elements. I don't think we should get into the nitty-gritty of the legal discussion right now, but the sex trafficking, we believe, they're all serious offenses, but the sex trafficking conduct carries some significant penalties, and we are gratified that we were able to bring that charge.
Is one more coercive than the other?
I'm not going to be able to get into that, but you can look it up, and sex trafficking, especially when it involves coercion or force, is a very serious crime, and it carries significant penalties.
Good afternoon, Darla Miles, ABC7 New York. Thank you for this press conference and for the details. Two questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims? It's mentioned in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you provide details about the alleged arson?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide either. The number of victims, you are correct. We are intentional in saying multiple. The details of the arson incident are limited to what we have in the indictment and also the detention letter that we filed, which contains more details than the indictment does at various points. But we don't have anything more beyond that. Next question.
Lynn Tran, CNN.
Are any of his accomplices or associates under investigation? And additionally, could he face any more charges?
So the investigation is ongoing. That means both as to him and to anyone else who we believe committed the crime with him. Next question.
Julia Papa.
Hi, good morning from 1010 Wins. Any indication that some of the women or victims here were imprisoned in his residences, and did he have locations where he kept them, and were not allowed to leave? And also, he's indicted here, although there were searches and raids in LA, Miami. Why in New York?
Well, I'm biased. I'm the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York. I think that we have an outstanding track record of bringing some of the most impactful, sprawling, complex, difficult sex trafficking, human trafficking, labor trafficking, you name it. The Southern District of New York can do it, and so we're very proud of that. And so the scope and complexity of this investigation isn't something that we ran from. It's something that we embrace, and we will continue to do that. As to your question about whether he imprisoned anyone, all I can say is that, I mentioned this March 2016 incident where something was caught on video where a victim was attempting to flee. There was violence that was associated with it.
Was that at the residence or a hotel?
That was a hotel.
Matthew Lee, Inner City Press.
Thanks a lot. Does your office intend to seek remand, or are you reaching a bail package? And if you're willing, how would you contrast this with the R. Kelly case in EDNY in terms of the elements? Thanks.
So we will be seeking detention. We have filed a letter laying out our reasoning for seeking pretrial detention. I'm not going to expand beyond what's in the letter, but it contains all of the reasoning, and it contains the law as well. There is a presumption of detention in a case like this, and we think that's warranted.
Thank you. John Anise, New York Daily News.
Thank you. I was hoping to get some more detail about the searches of his residence, the guns, the cases of lubricant, and the videos. Where were they found amongst his residence? Were they all scattered around the houses in one place? I kind of wanted to just get a better picture of how that stuff would.
Well, look, I think that some of the details that you're seeking are in the detention letter. So, for instance, some of the AR-15s, 2 of the 3 defaced AR-15s were found in his bedroom closet in Miami, broken down into parts along with magazines with ammunition in them. So some of that detail is in the detention letter. I'm not going to be able to get into where other items were stored.
Ben Kochman, Post.
Hey, thanks for doing this. Your office was the office that had been prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein before he died in custody. I have not read your detention memo yet. It's the first thing I'm going to do after this ends. But does the memo address, or is your office concerned with Combs' safety in custody, given what happened with Epstein?
So we are concerned with anyone's safety whenever they are detained prior to trial. It's part of our obligations to keep people safe as well. It's part of the criminal justice system. So, but I do not draw any sort of connection between Jeffrey Epstein's suicide and what may or may not happen to any other defendant while they are detained pretrial. And of course, the decision whether to detain the defendant up to a judge. Our position is that pretrial detention is warranted under the law and based on the facts of this case. And I'll leave it at that.
Are some of the prosecutors on this case some of the same prosecutors that had been handling that or that worked on the Maxwell case?
So I'm not going to get into the staffing. I will say that this team, this group of AUSAs, this incredible group has been working on this case around the clock, and they've had their hands full. Next question.
Gus Rosendale, NBC News.
Good morning, sir. Combs' attorney said that his client has been cooperative with investigators. He said that this morning. I was wondering if you would have a reaction to that.
Let me just say this. I think that generally with increasing frequency, the word cooperative or cooperating has taken on tremendous elasticity, and it no longer really bears any relation to what the word means when we use it in a very specific context. So responding to lawful process and the like does not qualify as cooperation when we use that term here.
Mike Sisak, AP.
Thanks. To the end, was there any discussion of Mr. Combs' surrender? I understand he was taken into custody at a hotel in Manhattan last night, and maybe that wasn't the plan. Can you elaborate on how that came about and why that was?
I'm not going to be able to get into any sort of operational details as to how he was taken into custody and when. He is in custody right now. He will be appearing in court later today.
Was there any discussion of him surrendering, given they claim he's cooperating?
I'm not going to be able to get into law enforcement tactics or operations.
I mean, you make a big deal of the guns, but how come they're not charged outright or with obliterating Syria?
Well, I can't get into the charging decision. It is very meaningful to us that weapons were possessed, as we allege in the indictment. Part of the reason why this conduct was so pervasive and harmful is because victims and others didn't necessarily feel comfortable denying him his wishes, as we allege, because of the presence of arms. I should leave it there.
Thanks. Last question, Jacob Shamison.
Jacob Shamsian, Business Insider. Thank you. Given that he's the sole defendant in this case and that you allege he's part of a conspiracy that involves members of his companies, do you anticipate a superseding indictment that bring allegations against other members of his companies or other co-conspirators as well?
I can't take anything off the table. Anything is possible. Our investigation is very active and ongoing. And I think a lot of you who cover this office know that when we say such things, that developments are certainly foreseeable, but I predict them sitting here today. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
What part of the business empire is exposed for Richard?
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so there you have it. That was Damian Williams, the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, talking a little bit more about the indictment facing Sean Combs, as well as this bail package letter that was sent to the judge, and that Combs is going to be making an appearance in court later today. There are no cameras allowed in New York courts or federal courts. But I want to get some perspective on some things that he talked about. I'm back here with Bradford Cohen and Chris Hansen. Chris, I'll start with you. Number of things reiterated a lot what was said already in the indictment, but touched upon a few other things in terms of whether or not anybody else would be charged, whether or not there'd be other charges facing Sean Combs, and he said nothing's off the table. What did you take away from that?
Well, I think this investigation is ongoing. This is the same office that did Jeffrey Epstein. Same
He was
office,
asked about that too.
The same office that did Peter Nygaard, one of the biggest predators allegedly ever. So they have a lot of experience here, and I'm sure with the sheer volume of evidence, the things just referred to in the detention letter, the things that are referred to in the indictment, I mean, they're probably still going through some of this stuff. I'm sure they have, obviously, what they need to go to trial at this point, but these things develop all the way up into the very day that these cases go to trial. So there's a ton of evidence here to go through, and it would appear to be a daunting case for any defense lawyer.
Yeah, and he was also asked, also, Bradford, I'll go to you. He was asked why it took so long. Right? Why it took so long to ultimately prosecute Sean Combs.
That was the best question.
What did you make of that?
I that was one of the best questions asked, to be quite honest with you. Most of the stuff, he just reiterated what was going on. But I think the best question was, how did it go on for so long? Why is it only now that the feds are paying attention to it? And quite often you'll see that, we always say the squeaky wheel gets the grease. What happens is a lawsuit like this, like Cassie's is filed, and I said this at the time, when I read Cassie's lawsuit, I said this was the dumbest thing, that he didn't settle this lawsuit before they actually filed that lawsuit, was probably the dumbest legal move I've ever seen in all my years, because that opened the floodgates to not only civil cases. It was like blood in the water. At that point, the feds can't ignore it anymore. And believe me when I tell you, there has been whispers and street talk for years and years and years about different things revolving around Sean Combs, the arson cases, the violence, the things of that nature that have been, low whispers. And if the feds really wanted to jump in on that, the feds could have done that a long time ago. The feds chose not to do that, I believe, because of the position of the individual that the whispers were being made of. So once it becomes public like this, they have no choice. Their backs are against the wall. They have no choice but to pursue exactly what is the allegations are being made. And that Cassie lawsuit was basically their roadmap.
Yeah, and that's a good point. One thing I wanted to follow up with about that, Bradford, is he was asked about why New York's handling this. Now, I read through the indictment. There are certain connections to New York, that this enterprise was facilitated through the Southern District, but he also said, look, I'm biased. I want to handle this case. Our office has the resources to handle it. We've covered complex cases before. This is what we do. Okay, but you have to have some. Why is it your office versus a Florida office versus a California office? What did you make of that? What were we supposed to take about why the Southern District is handling this?
My guess is because Sean Combs has been such a New York figure. He got the key to New York from the mayor, I think, last year. And he's been such a staple of New York that I think that's why they wanted to bring it in New York. Not to take anything away from New York. I've had many cases in the Southern District. I think that the prosecutors are some of the best in the country, but I'm biased because I think our prosecutors in the Southern District of Florida are some of the best in the country, and they've done multiple complex litigation in the Southern District of Florida. I mean, Noriega was tried, all these different cases that have been brought in the Southern District of Florida have been very complex and very detailed. So my guess is there was probably a discussion of what area would take it and what area probably had a little bit of a jump on another area, and it was decided, I'm sure, between the districts that New York would handle the matter. But I would think that it would either go to the Southern District of Florida or Southern District of New York. I don't see a lot of other districts, not to throw any shade on other districts, but the Southern District of New York and the Southern District of Florida, I think, are two of the finest districts in the country when it comes to complex litigation and complex cases.
So, Chris, I want to go to you about something. He mentioned, and we saw this also in the paperwork, there are a number of alleged victims who have cooperated in this case, a lot of alleged witnesses to this conduct as well. While many might see this as a win, as a day justice has come, he talked about Damian Williams, how it was a year ago, Sean Combs got the key to the city, and now he's indicted. This is not easy for them, right? This is the start of the process where they may have to be identified. They may have to testify publicly, at least in front of a jury. Talk to me about your experience when this does now move through the legal process for the victims of abuse to have to go through this.
Well, I think the victims will find this somewhat liberating, the fact that they can come into a courtroom, tell their story, knowing that, Combs is being detained in all likelihood, knowing that the eyes of the federal government and federal law enforcement are on him and his people. They finally feel like it's safe to come forward and tell their story about being preyed on, about being exploited, because at the end of the day, that's what this is. Sexual exploitation by a predator at a level which we very rarely see. I mean, you take a look at R. Kelly, right? Those cases were whispered about for a number of years. There were civil suits, but it wasn't until a documentary was put together and laid this all out there. Evidence that everybody knew about, but it was all in one digestible series. And that's when you saw the federal government get involved, and that's when you saw the indictment there. So the civil lawsuits here are the same thing, that put together a case for the Homeland Security agents to really get a grip on. And now, after these raids, after these witnesses now feel comfortable coming forward, it's a huge case.
Bradford, from a legal point of view, so I'm looking at the racketeering conspiracy, count one. It takes up, I don't know, I'm looking at the indictment. Takes up 11 pages, and that's just the indictment, right? So it doesn't even go to the specifics of it. Then you have count 2, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and then you have count 3, transportation to engage in prostitution. How complicated and tough is it for prosecutors to prove those charges?
You know, like I said before, RICO cases are usually, it's not that they're difficult, it's that it's so expansive, it's so vast that you have, all these facts, all these things that are coming in to prove that racketeering charge. It's a long road. This would be a long case, because I think you'd have anywhere from 60 to 80 witnesses that would be coming in, including law enforcement, victims, assistants, records custodians, things of that nature. So it's not that it's super complicated. It's just that it is very, like I said, a very long road. It is easy to do when you tell a story and you go through the story time-wise. This is what happened on this date, and this is how it happened. The tedious part comes with phone records, digital stuff, different kinds of evidence. The physical evidence is the easy stuff. The phone records of who called who and when this call was made and how it was made, that's when all these diagrams come in, and you have pie charts, things of that nature. That's the more difficult part. But is it a difficult case to prove? Not if they're saying what they have. It's just a tedious case to prove. It's one of those things that you have to go through, have a checklist of everything that you're expecting to prove, and you go through methodically and check those things off through each witnesses. I think you're going to have a government team of probably, my guess would be four government employees, but probably AUSAs, and then 2 federal agents at the table to assist.
Right. So listen, this is a very, very big development, not unsurprising, considering if anybody's been following this case. Sean Combs has officially been indicted by a grand jury. We read the indictment. We now know what the government's position is regarding bail. We heard from the United States Attorney. We're going to continue this conversation. Chris Hansen, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you, Jesse.
Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for taking the time. Bradford Cohen, want to thank you as well. Again, really appreciate your time, your perspective on this, as this is kind of breaking news. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Everyone out there, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll have more for you on the other side. All right, welcome back, everybody. I am Jesse Weber, and we have been doing special coverage here of the arrest and indictment of Sean Diddy Combs out of New York. We have broken down this 14-page indictment where he is being charged with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and he's also facing a third charge that's related to sex trafficking, little different wording. It is the transportation to engage in prostitution. These are very serious felonies where he could potentially be facing 15 years to life in prison. Now, a little earlier, we were hearing the press conference by Damian Williams, the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. A little bit later, Sean Combs will be in court where the issue of bail will come up. And one of the things that we have been also addressing is not only in the indictment, but this letter that was sent from prosecutors to the judge overseeing this case where they are requesting no bail be allowed, even though the defendant has put forward a bail package of $50 million secured by a property, and he would get a home detention. They said that's insufficient, that he is a danger, that he is a safety risk, that he is a flight risk. And they've also highlighted how he allegedly obstructed justice and tried to influence witnesses who were coming forward during the course of this investigation. So there is clearly a lot to break down here. I want to bring on right now criminal defense attorney Mauricio Padilla to talk a little bit more about this. Mauricio, thank you so much for coming on. It is quite the indictment. It is very comprehensive, although not as specific in times as that bail letter, but it's also not surprising. This is what we were expecting. What do you take away, your reaction from the charges that Sean Diddy Combs now faces?
First of all, it's clear that he is not a gangster. He is a record producer that's been surrounded by street people and gangsters and then has tried to become a gangster. For me, someone that practices criminal defense, to have somebody like him with AR-15s with defaced serial numbers in your home is beyond ridiculous. I'm assuming that if something like this were to go to trial, the defense is going to be, yeah, he's a freak. He's having freak offs. He's a freak, but he's not a criminal. And is sex lube really evidence? I mean, who amongst us that doesn't have a bottle of sex lube can cast the first stone? I'm assuming that that's going to be one of the angles that the defense is going to take. But the problem is this, and I think Brad touched on it prior, regarding the video that was leaked regarding his ex-girlfriend and the beatdown, the fact that they've chosen New York as a jurisdiction. I mean, P. Diddy's known internationally, but in New York, everybody knows him. Everybody's seen the video. I think everybody there feels a certain way about him, and maybe that influenced the decision to bring the case there.
Criminal defense attorney, but I have to push back a little bit. I hear that could be but they're not saying that he just had, sex parties and every time. They're saying that he abused, threatened, coerced people, that he drugged them up, that he made them compliant, that he used physical force and also threats of cutting them off and threats of, putting opportunities in their face to do what he wanted. And that he had a whole network of people, and that is engaging in everything from, and remember this is a racketeering case, talking about a criminal enterprise, arson, kidnapping, forced labor. Now, he's not being individually charged with those specific crimes. Those are the predicate crimes of the racketeering conspiracy. It is more nefarious than that. I mean, how would they be able to, would it be striking at the credibility of the numerous people that testify, or is it some other legal defense?
I think it's going to be on the credibility of all those people that voluntarily took part in the orgy. I saw language in there that he gave people drugs because he wanted them obedient and compliant. Maybe he just gave them drugs because they wanted to do drugs. They were at the freak off because they were freaks. That's the problem with someone like him, is that he must know that at any moment, any person, whether it's a man that was involved in this voluntarily, that all of a sudden comes back, you know what? It wasn't voluntarily. You made me. So that's going to be a problem for him, and it's something that he should have seen coming. But if you notice, indictment goes back to 2009. I mean, in 2009, private jet with women of questionable morality and men apparently in the indictment as well, and flying them around to have sex parties is literally like 80% hip hop video. So I feel like if the behavior that was once, high, that that was once the norm for these record producers, now is people are realizing, you know what, that's human trafficking, and he's gonna have to deal with this.
Well, talking the evidence, right? They talk about in this bail letter, they've conducted interviews with 50 witnesses and victims who are talking about their observations about what they were inflicted, or allegedly what Combs inflicted upon them. And then they talk about electronic evidence. They say, setting aside devices that were seized in connection with the defendant's arrest, the government has obtained over 90 cell phones, laptops, cloud storage accounts, as well as over 30 other electronic and storage devices, just hard drives, thumb drives, camera, surveillance system. And it comes from the defendant himself, as well as his co-conspirators, victims, witnesses. And it chronicles much of the defendant's criminal activity, as they say. And we also know, and it was very quite specific in the indictment, and they mentioned in this letter as well, is the 2016 video of Combs allegedly beating Cassandra Ventura. They made note of that. So if they have this documented digitally, I mean, it's one thing to say what the witnesses, their observations or experience, but if you have this documented with a digital footprint, that feels very tough.
And it is. And, every serious case that I'm involved in, myself, my colleagues, every single case has a forensic electronics, component to it. And I'm pretty sure that when we look at this case, when they really look at the evidence, that's probably going to be his downfall. Because you're right, that's very hard to overcome. I believe that somebody like him, where if the allegations are true, was obsessive with with his insatiable appetite for orgies, for memorializing this, for using sex as a tool to gain power. I'm sure that he had a lot of things on his cell phones, on his hard drives, and then we're dealing with someone that was foolish to even have the AR-15s defaced, on their property. I mean, I deal with clients that know that you can't have that. So if he was capable
That's a
of
crime.
having something,
That in of itself is a federal crime.
Oh no, that's a serious crime. Like, if you had that at your
the
house,
Trump shooter from the second assassination attempt, that's what he's charged with.
Yeah, that's a serious crime, and to have that shows his mindset. He wasn't worried at all. He wasn't worried, and this is post civil lawsuits. By the time that they raided him, we could say that he was already kind of heated up. He could have already seen the possibility of somebody coming and raiding your home point, and to have something as as bad as defaced AR-15s, calls into question what is he going to have in his cell phones, what is he going to have in his hard drives. And I think that you're right. That's going to be a big part of this case. Now, I believe that. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I'm sorry, Mauricio. Please continue.
No, I was going to say that they're probably going to want to get other people. Like, who are these big fish that he was having these freak-offs with? What record producer, what movie producer, who was it also involved, and may see that eventually he may flip, and he may flip on some people bigger than him.
You think prosecutors would agree to that? Because it seems like the big fish. The U.S. attorney said, nothing's off the table of charging other individuals or charging him with further crimes. But it seems like by him, and he's the only person indicted right now in this unsealed indictment. There could be a seating indictment. But it seems like he's if you take all this true, he's the leader. He's the top of this criminal enterprise. What else would they want to get? I mean, what kind of deal would they work out? I don't imagine they can make a deal with him.
They can. And the answer is, who else can they get? Anybody that they possibly can. So when they get all the way to the top, can't go any further, they can expand outward and look for other, high asset people in Hollywood, and then obviously we're not talking about immunity. We're talking about prison sentence, but it wouldn't be, going to trial and subjecting yourself to possible maximum penalties. So there is a hybrid solution for the feds where he takes a deal, he does significant prison time, but he involves these other people, because at the end of the day, they want to bring, I'm assuming, everybody to justice engages in this behavior, not only P. Diddy, but other powerful people in Hollywood, powerful people in the New York music industry, etc., and other celebrities. Apparently, that's what he'd like to do, is have these parties, bring people that they could, so he can memorialize them getting freaky and use it to advantage. So who knows what's out there?
So we know that Sean Combs is expected to appear in court later today. There are going to be no cameras there. This is where on appearance he'll learn about the charges. He'll learn about his rights. And, you know, there might be a about bail, which brings me to this letter, Mauricio. So the process in this case, they list out a number of reasons why bail should be denied. And they talk about how he is a physical danger to a lot of people, how he's a flight risk, how he was obstructing justice, that he was trying to influence the accounts of people, even back in 2023, just last year, who wanted to come forward with their accounts, and that he would be a danger on the outside. The defense proposed this bail package where it would be home detention with electronic monitoring and a $50 million bond secured by his Miami property. The prosecutors say that's insufficient. What do you make of that?
I think it's insufficient simply because we're not talking about 50 million liquid. We're talking about his home. And I believe that the worst allegations against them is this whole obstruction of justice, using violence to affect witnesses. Because at the end of the day, you have to think, is a guy like P. Diddy that's alleged of committing the crimes that he's been committing, specifically regarding obstruction of justice, is he going to sit in his mansion for 2 years and let the justice system play out, or is he going to fall back into the same pattern of behavior of attempting to, you know, alter witnesses' testimonies, use his influence? So I think that's one of the worst facts against him possibly getting a bond.
And also, I have to tell you, it was something that was mentioned also during the course of the press conference, and it's mentioned a little bit in the indictment as well, is the amount of drugs, right? This idea of using these drugs to supply people during the course of the freak-offs, and how they would have to bring in like IV drips to resuscitate people during the course of this, not to make light of it. And he would have associates who would clean up after him, and they would book the hotel rooms. And this, when you think about, is this a criminal enterprise? And it doesn't have to have LLC at the bottom of it, but you're talking about a criminal organization, and there's an effort here, a concerted effort and a consistent pattern. The idea of having 1,000 bottles of baby oil, there was something about that's a sense of confidence that the prosecutors have, not only in this case, but that allegation, which is, you talk about a freak-off, this idea of forcing women to engage in sex work, sexual activity with male sex workers. It's very disturbing to hear, but prosecutors seem confident in being able to prove it.
And I made light of the sex lube, but in the end, when we're talking about 1,000 bottles, that puts it in perspective to a juror or to your average person, where you say to yourself, this is not for personal use. This guy's going to the Costco's of sex lube to purchase 1,000. Puts it in the perspective of this wasn't for personal use. This is for an conspiracy or organization. It's just not normal, that amount.
By the way, when you read this indictment and you read that leaders, it seems to me, and although they're not direct, you don't see Cassandra Ventura's name, you don't see Rodney Jones' name, you don't see his name, you don't see the names of all the people who have filed lawsuits against. It seems to me that prosecutors are believing their stories. Allegations from the civil suits are now a part of this criminal case. That's significant, I think, as well. No, did you?
I lost the audio.
All right, little excitement there. I think my mic died. All right, Mauricio, before I have to sign you off, I have a quick question for you. So I was of the opinion that this indictment seems to be very consistent with what we've heard from the civil lawsuits. And although those people who filed lawsuits in this indictment or the bail letter, it seems prosecutors are building their case based on those accounts, that they believe those people. Is that what you see?
I believe so. After they posted the video of him beating up his girlfriend, I think most people under he is a predator. He is capable of extreme violence. Video is abnormal, and I think that it was. I think this was perfectly planned by the prosecution to and set up the stage for this particular prosecution. Regarding the, I mean, when you're talking about the dumbest move, I said that he didn't settle the Casey case. I agree, but then the second, in the apology video regarding the domestic violence abuse, I mean, certain things, man, to come out and try and do a mea culpa about a beatdown like the one that we saw. I don't know who was advising him, but that really didn't do him any service, in my opinion.
All right, we will see where this goes. We're going to wait for Combs to be in court. We will see. Obviously, we're not going to have cameras there, but we'll find the latest with this ongoing legal case that has started. I would say today, investigation. Today is, of course, the day that last night was when he was arrested and has been unsealed, and he will learn his charges later on and whether or not he's pending trial. Mauricio Padilla, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. You got it. And everyone out there, thank you so much for following us here on this special. Continue on Law and Crime. We're going to continue here on YouTube. We have a lot more for. Stay with us. Thank you so much. I'll catch you guys a little bit later.
mic check, quick mic check. Anybody? I hear it. Good. Gotta go.
to thank everyone for this microphone check. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Because I'm only going to be here for about another 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I know, guys. I got to move my stuff. Maybe. You got a long one? No, I'll be all right. I just got to get it away from you guys.
trust you have the trusted few. Yeah. So this was the first step. We have a bail appeal scheduled for tomorrow at 3:30 in front of Judge Carter, the district judge assigned to this case. I think that we made the points that we've been wanting to make. I think he came out. Mr. Combs is a fighter. He's going to fight this to the end. He's innocent. He came to New York to establish his innocence. He's not afraid. He's not afraid of the charges. There's nothing that the government said in their presentation today that changes anyone's mind about anything. He's been looking forward to this day. He's been looking forward to clearing his name, and he's going to clear his name. And we're going to stand by his side as he does. We believe in him wholeheartedly. He didn't do these things. This was a 10-year relationship. There's no coercion. There's no crime. There's basically just, someone who brought a civil case and now is finding themselves as a witness in a criminal case. And we're going to fight this case with everything we have, as is he. And eventually he's going to be shown to be innocent. And so tomorrow we fight again, and we'll fight every day until we don't have to fight anymore.
Where is he being detained?
I don't know. The question is, why did it happen last night instead of today? I don't know the answer to that question. I just want to make one point very clear. We have no power. All we can do is show good faith. He got on a plane and he came here. And if he stayed here for one day before the case started, or for 1 year before the case started, he was going to stay as long as he needed to stay. It ends up being only 12 days. That's fine. That's what the government wanted to do. The government didn't want him to turn himself in. He came here to turn himself in. Why doesn't the government want him to turn himself in? Because then they can't ask for detention. So they go and they arrest him. They arrest a guy who came to New York to turn himself in. But we're going to make all these points again tomorrow, and we'll make him as much as we can until we get him out. So that's all I have. Huh?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. Wait, what was the question? We're appealing it. We're no bail. He's detained.
We're appealing it.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're appealing the decision to hold him without bail. Tomorrow at 3:30. 3:30, same place. Bail appeal. Bail appeal tomorrow at 3:30, same courtroom, different judge. He's doing fine. He's a fighter. He's a fighter, and he's going to fight this. All right, I'm going to go. Thank you. I don't get into that stuff.
How about the twins?
Everyone's doing okay. All right.